Welcome everybody to Roll With It here. Back at our bi-weekly time here. Small bit of technical difficulties here as we try to modify a few things. So there is one little blank camera spot there just to hold a placeholder, but we are all indeed here. So we'll go ahead and hop right into it here. So last time we left off, the group had made its way to Diedluck and uh, taken a job to investigate some supposed kidnappings or orc instances happening in the forest to the northwest of Diedluck. The group made its way to a small grove where a newlywed couple had journeyed to in order to commune with nature to get a blessing upon their marriage, and um, had gone missing and had not reported back or returned to their homes at their designated time. So, family expressing some concern reached out to the captain of the guard, and he employed the group in order to go into the forest to investigate, as the orc behavior had been odd, since they weren't necessarily taking the individual's belongings or any kind of gold or valuables, more or less just kidnapping people and leaving their possessions behind. Uh, the group did manage to track the orcs to their camp, and with Lilith and Rowan going forward to investigate, found a palisade wall and a couple of tents with a fire, and upon Kerr going up the hill to greet the orcs with a nice friendly wave, combat commenced, and through a hard fought victory in which a couple of individuals were pretty critically injured, including Rith losing consciousness for a brief moment. They managed to vanquish the orcs, and while investigating them, noticed that they all shared a similar marking on their forehead in the shape of a crude circle with potentially like a spear in the middle. Upon investigating that and looking through the possessions, the mark on their forehead glowed as spectral hands reached out from the ground, clawing at the dead orc's flesh and rending or pulling much of the flesh off. And then the orcs rose back up as undead this time, fighting with the group. Uh, one of them being particularly obstinate and dying for the second time. Took several crossbow bolts, a couple through the face, and was finally vanquished with the combined might of the party. They investigated the palisade as well, found a strange wooden altar with a healthy amount of blood staining on it, a circle, a fire pit circle lined with bones, and 8 human skulls or human-looking skulls in very specific places, and the 2 skinned bodies of the newlywed couple that they were looking for, uh, burning much of the area and smashing the altar to pieces. The group made its way back to Diedluck, reported, and Lilith attempted to procure a little bit more money by elaborating on the number of orcs that they faced. But Captain of the Guard was insistent upon paying them what they had, as well as potentially a small bonus upon them returning the following morning to relay their entire experience so that way he could record it for his records and put the matter to rest. So that is where we left off, with the evening fast approaching, everyone returning to the um, inn where you are staying at the moment. Was there anything anybody want to do for the evening as you're coming in for your night's rest?
Yeah, considering the what we saw earlier, I would like to try to kill my liver for the night.
Very well.
I'll join him.
All right. So Kerr and
I'll have
Rowan
a
are
small drink.
a small
And
drink.
Food, obviously.
Okay.
Yep, I will take a meal as well.
Okay.
I guess everybody else is going. I'll go.
Great.
Gotta stay with my team.
All right. So everybody finds a table. There is. Are you guys staying together at this point? Then you said, grouping together.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So there is entertainment inside the inn as well, as there was with the previous night. It is fairly decent. The town, as you observed, is one that is fairly well off. So the entertainment is no less. So you guys have a fairly peaceful evening, enjoying some good food and some good drinks. I'm sure, Kerr, you're drinking whatever's available to you, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So you guys are able to get some food. Who would like to pick up their tab, or is each one of you paying for yourself? Is there someone who wanted to pick up the tab for the group?
I'll pay for myself.
Okay.
I'll
Yep.
pay for myself.
Same.
Same.
Everybody picks up their own tabs. Kerr, I mean, given the fact that you tend to go for the lower end stuff, say that your tab for the evening is about 5 silver.
Okay.
The rest of you are about the same. If you're just having some food and a couple of drinks while you're sitting there. So.
Cool.
All right. There's nothing else you guys wanted to do. You guys can enjoy the entertainment, head up to bed for the evening, and wake up the following day. As you come downstairs, Darko is sitting at one of the tables and enjoying some breakfast. I know, Kerr, you're a early riser. Kovac is as well. Anybody else up at the same time? Rowan, are you up at the same time since Kerr is? Or?
Yeah, because Kerr's probably a big, clumsy oaf.
He's a bit hard to miss. So, Lilith, you're up later,
Yes.
and Rith is up later as well.
I usually probably get up around like 6 or 7.
Okay, so a little bit past the rest of the group, not much, maybe a half hour or so. All right. Kerr, Rowan, Kovac, you all come down approximately about the same time. Darko is sitting down there, notices the three of you, and waves and kind of motions for you guys to come over.
I'll nod and head over.
He'll greet you. Good morning. I trust. Were you able to take care of Captain Oscar's business for him?
Yeah.
Okay. Good. Glad to hear that. He's the locals around here can be a little bit restless if trouble is too close, but I'm glad that you were able to help him, and that I was able to hopefully pad your pockets a little bit more.
Wait, we got paid?
Well, I would assume you would get paid for the job. Has he not paid you yet?
I haven't gotten anything from him.
Okay. Well, I would probably settle affairs with him then. Are you and your group wanting to leave today? Tomorrow? Well, I would prefer myself to leave in the next couple of days. This town is nice, but I do have a Sorry, my screen froze there.
You cut out. What did you say?
Yeah, I was like, did he finish? Or...
So that was a pretty good standstill. I was like,
So-
wow, that's impressive.
So he'll say, I would prefer to leave within the next 2 days, as I do have a business to tend to back in Shadowdale. But if you have some affairs to wrap up here, I can certainly we can either leave later today or tomorrow.
I will be ready after this afternoon. I don't know about anybody else.
Okay,
Should be good to go by then.
very well. Well, I'm one of my team will certainly be here during the day. I don't have too much going on. I may take in a couple of the sites around town or do a little personal shopping, but once you have an opportunity to settle your affairs here and you make a decision, let one of my team know, and we'll make arrangements.
Sounds good.
He'll
Okay.
he'll continue eating. Everyone,
I'll take a quick breakfast and then head out.
Okay. Okay. So you guys can go ahead and grab some breakfast. Cost you a couple silver for breakfast. Rith, you'll come down the stairs as they're eating and beginning to finish up.
I'll just grab a plate and move over to the table where they're at and sit down.
Okay. Is Lilith still getting up around later than?
I'd say 7:38.
Okay. So as Rith is starting to finish his meal, you'll be coming down the stairs at that point. Kovac is missing at this point since he's gone.
So, how's everybody doing?
I'll be better once we get paid.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. That's right. He did give me 300 gold. So I'll go ahead and pass that out.
That was 300 per person, right?
Nope, 300 total.
300 total? Okay.
Yep.
Yep. So I'll give everybody 50 gold.
I like the look there.
All right.
All right. So is Oscar still here?
Oscar's probably up in near his at the military compound where he's.
I didn't know if he was still at the table when I came down.
No, that was Darko.
Okay.
Leader of the caravan. He's not there anymore now. He probably left shortly before or after Kovac did. He was a little bit more of a leisurely eater, so.
My goals. So how's my team this morning?
Your team?
Rith will give him a odd look.
That is the question I was asking.
We're a team, right?
Yes.
We really need to find a name for ourselves.
have a name. It's Rowan.
Concur.
For our group.
Rith.
I
Who's
like
got a
this
name?
guy.
I like Rith.
Rith, what you eating there, buddy?
Lamb.
Some eggs in there too, you know. I mean, you got some vegetables that they fry up, so mainly potatoes.
Well, we can
Potato.
take this over. I'm gonna go find a blacksmith. Anybody want to
Okay.
go?
Rith follow.
All right, come on, Rith.
All right, and Kovac, where were you going in the morning?
I'm gonna go find a bookstore.
Okay. So as you're wandering through, Deadluck is a pretty peaceful town for the most part. You guys haven't had an opportunity to really wander through during the day very much, but a lot of the houses are older, well maintained though. Very, bushes and hedges are well manicured. Everything's kind of in its place. Stone walkways, either paved stone or stone pavers at just intervals. But everything is very nicely maintained. There's people that walk through are well dressed, much much nicer than what you see in most of the towns. As you learned that a lot of this is nobility that has summer homes up in this area, or retired military officials that made a fair amount of money probably during their career. And a lot of there's a few cafes that you see around the places, various craftsmen, there are clothing and bookstores. So the first one that you come across is named sign called Bookwise.
Okay.
So you can head on in. It's a nice little quaint shop. Smells of cedar wood, all very nicely polished and well maintained. Come in and there's a older lady behind the counter. She looks up and says, "Oh, good morning. How may I help you?"
I'm looking for, and this will be a very basic introductory level on the common language.
Like, okay, so a book to help someone learn?
Yes.
Okay.
And I'm talking very basic.
Certainly. I mean, we have I have a couple of books that might suit what you're looking for. We do have some introductory books that we sometimes use for children that help them learn to read. We also have books that are designed for adults, someone potentially from maybe a foreign land that might come through, or someone just from that wants to learn common or help teach others. So, which one's more of an interest to you?
Both.
Both? Okay.
I'm not exactly sure what situation we'll be dealing with, but I'll take both.
Okay. Very good.
In addition to that, do you have anything on Elven history and culture, specifically regarding the Shadow Plane, the Shadowfell? I know that may be a little bit more obscure, but
Shadowfell. I wouldn't have anything specific to that. I don't think you'll find too much here in regards to that. Maybe at the temple,
Okay.
on the northeastern side. They might have something there. I don't know if it necessarily be for sale though.
Sure. Okay.
They might let you observe it, but as far as like elven history, I have a few pieces that deal with some elven history. I mean, what did you have a particular part that you're interested in or section?
Oh, no, not specifically. I guess anything.
Okay, so she'll point out a couple of books. So there are a couple of kids books. One that deals with a young boy who goes on an adventure to slay a red dragon. It's just a basic kids book. You pull it open and it is very simple. 3 to 4 word sentences that just kind of build on itself, kind of like a Jane C. Spot
Oh, okay.
run, stuff like that. Very
Excellent.
colorful pictures. In the end, of course, the boy triumphs over the red dragon, and it's all in his imagination, of course, but it's
Naturally.
a wonderful story. And then there is also just more textbookish for learning purposes that goes over pronunciations, and it's a very basic guide to common.
Excellent.
So between the two of those, I mean the children's book is a couple of silver pieces. She says that's 2 silver piece for that, and then
Okay.
the introduction to common book is a gold piece.
Okay.
And she'll have a couple of books on elven history, some that are more recent. There is one that deals with the founding of Everseka, kind of like a moon elf area. One of the largest elven establishments still on the continent of Faerun here. So,
Okay.
so
I'll take that one. In addition to the
that one run you 5 gold pieces for that
5
one.
gold. Okay. I'll give her 7 gold. Just
Okay.
say much appreciated.
Of course. Should you have any other needs, please come back. I hope that whomever you're buying the comic books for finds great use out of them.
I do as well. Have a good day.
You as well.
I'll just leave and probably just kind of walk around town for a bit, look
Okay.
around.
So as you guys are outside, I mean, you notice that you guys are kind of getting near the end of the summer months at this point. Cormier is a pretty temperate area. Normally, recently it's been a bit humid at points. Those of you that wear armor or anything get a little bit of like swamp butt going on basically at points because it gets warm. So today it's cooled down substantially. It's probably at this point in the day you're probably looking at like mid 60s. It's one of the cooler mornings that you've had recently. The humidity isn't too bad and there's a nice breeze going on. So, but it seems like maybe you're getting near the end of summer. Maybe they're going to change over to fall here soon, so temperatures might start to cool a little bit. But so, all right. And you said you're going to probably wander the city for a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay. As you
No
wander,
direction specifically, just kind of walk around.
All right. So, as any of you wander the city during the day, I mean, you will start to notice that there are a fair amount of like small parks around the city, and some of them will have like little gazebo areas that are covered, as well as some. If you wander near or close to any of them, you'll see like little gaming tables set up for things like chess, Queen's 3 ante, basic games that most people know. Chess might be something that's considered more of a nobles or a scholarly game, but you'll see people just hanging around, conversing, playing games with each other. Just a very relaxed atmosphere in this particular city compared to like Weymouth, which is typically very busy, hustle and bustle, lots of people passing through. This is a lot more relaxed. So, Lilith, Rowan, and Rith, Kerr, were you going with them to the blacksmith, or are you off on your own?
I'll just head out. Is there like a front steps to this place?
Yeah, I mean, you're in this red building down here is kind of where you're at. So,
I was actually planning to stay back with Kerr.
oh, okay. So Kerr and Rowan are together. All right.
I'll just head outside. I'll cast. I'll use my bonus action to summon the unicorn totem,
Okay.
and then I'll cast Goodberry,
Okay.
and I'll pop 2 of the berries in its aura, and I'll just sit there and like have this unicorn just walk up and down the street in front of this place for however long it lasts.
All right. So you have like a spectral unicorn that's just kind of wandering up and down.
Yeah.
All right. Cool. There are a fair amount of kids in the city, so you'll see a noblewoman and her son that looks to be about 6 years old just kind of walk by, and he's walking very politely and calmly next to her, and then he catches a glimpse of like the spiritual unicorn. You see his eyebrows go up and his eyes get wide, and you see his head just kind of he's got his hand like this and just keeps turning as his mom keeps walking, until she kind of snaps him back to attention, and he continues on, but he keeps glancing back over his shoulder occasionally.
I'll have it follow him and like nudge him every now and then with its head.
Okay.
Until he gets beyond its range for me to move it, and then I'll just have it head back to me.
Okay. You see him implore his mom for a moment. He's like, "Mommy, there's a unicorn!" And she's like, "Don't be silly." And she kind of turns. She's like, "Oh, she sees it spectral, and like as it like nudges at him with its horn, it just kind of passes through him for a moment, and she stops for a moment and allows him to kind of just prance around with it a little bit, and interact. So however you want to let it interact with him, he will, and he'll stick around for they only stick there for maybe 30 seconds to a minute, and then
it's gone as soon as they leave. Then since it only lasts about a minute.
Yep. So as he's walking away, he looks over his shoulder and sees the unicorn just kind of dissipate, and he's like, and then he's back on, occasionally still glancing over his shoulder, hoping to catch a vision. But yeah. So you made a child's day for sure.
Yep.
Dire cat.
That's an improvement over yesterday. And I'll just kind of sit there. Okay.
There are a couple of wooded areas that you can see in close proximity if your desire is to go into any of those. Like I said, there are little park areas that are kind of secluded little tree growths. So they might be anywhere from 30 to 100 feet across at different points. So
I'll just sit here.
Okay.
I'm good.
Well, while he's paying attention to everything else that's going on, I'm gonna sneak into the bar and buy like a bottle of something.
Okay.
Something cheap.
Okay. You can get a bottle of some cheap like whiskey. It'll be a little bit harsh, the bartender tells you, but he keeps a little bit in stock, not much, but he'll sell you the bottle for about a gold piece. That's what you want. So
Cool.
He'll say, "You need any cups or?"
No, this will do.
Okay. I'd say enjoy, but it's pretty harsh. But yeah.
Appreciate it, sir.
Of course.
Then I walk out and I sit down. I nudge my big friend and I just hand him the bottle.
Sure.
Yeah, it's
Seemed like you had
whiskey.
Seems like you had a rough day yesterday, man. And you've always had my back.
I'll continue to have your back, but yesterday seemed to be pretty rough for all of us.
I agree.
Tell you what, I'll like uncork it. I'll be like, "You get a first drink."
Takes a swig, like dies on the inside. Yeah, it's good. Here you go.
Thanks, and I'll just back it.
Yeah. It's a bit harsh, but you're used to that. So, I mean, a lot of the swill that you drink, you're just like, I don't drink for the taste of it. So it does its job. It burns going down. It's alcohol though.
Thanks. Good berry, and I'll offer him one of the berries.
Sure.
Be warned, if you eat that, you'll be full for the rest of the day.
And I just ate. I'll save it for later.
Okay.
Thanks.
So you guys just spend some time in the morning just hanging out then outside?
Yeah.
All right. Lilith and Rith. You're wandering through to find a blacksmith?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so you do find one. It's called the Den Arms. So you can head on in. There is a dwarf behind the counter. He looks up as you come in. Morning. What can I help you with?
Morning, good sir. I have a piece here that I'd like you to look at and see if you could tell what it's made of.
Sure. If it's metal, I can probably tell you. What do you got? What do you got?
So I'm gonna take out the Fey dagger
Okay.
and show it to him.
Okay. Okay. He takes a look at it for a moment. Turns it over, inspects the wood. Pulls out like an eyepiece and just kind of glances at the material a little bit. Yeah, I mean this is Fey metal. Elf stuff. Not that I don't sell much elf stuff here, but they got some good smiths. This one's probably, I'd say, from the Fey itself. Where'd you find that? He'll hand it to you. He'll hand it to you back with the hilt out.
I came across it on our travels. I don't know if you heard, but we took care of your orc problem for you and found the missing people. Kind of.
They eat them.
Think so.
Ain't no way to go, but orcs are
Horrible.
nasty creatures.
Horrible.
I smash them up, take care of them.
Yeah.
Good.
Yep. There's not much left of them at all.
Only kind of good orcs, dead orc.
I agree.
They have this on them?
No. No,
Oh.
I came across this a little while ago. I just wanted to get a better opinion than mine.
It's a good blade. Nice and sharp. Probably for someone who maybe a little bit more of a finesse fighter, maybe like yourself. Not necessarily for me. Might make a good letter opener, but I prefer to get a little bit more up close and personal, like your friend back there. Kind of
His
points to the
pretzel
maul on his
smile.
back. Points to the maul on the back. It's like it's a nice looking weapon you got there.
I'll speak in Dwarven. Thanks. Made it myself with the help of my mentor.
Well, that's mighty good craftsmanship. He'll keep speaking in Dwarven as well. So, you mentor a dwarf as well.
I had a dwarf mentor. Yes.
Your dwarf is not bad. Accent's a little bit off, but say for someone who learned it, it's mighty fine.
It's a lot easier than common.
Those humans are delicate people. Their language is complex as all get out, though. It's so ridiculous. I can't. It's hard to communicate with them sometimes. They lack simplicity sometimes, and just too many words.
Agreed. So difficult sometimes.
He says, may I look at it?
I'll pull it out and hand it
Well,
over.
take a look at your hammer and kind of twists it over and inspects it. I mean, as a dwarven crafted weapon, since you would have had help, there's a little mark on there for the smith who worked on it, as well. You know, he would have helped you inscribe your own little mark on there as well. Takes a look at it. Nice weapon. If you ever need any help maintaining it, let me know. I can be an honor to work on a piece like that.
Certainly, if I come back this way, I think we're probably heading out here shortly with the caravan the next day or two. But yeah,
Very well.
And I'm gonna be just looking in awe at Rith speaking fluently in some language I don't understand.
He'll look back at you, Lilith. Oh, I'm sorry. That was rude of me. Your friend seemed a little bit more comfortable in my language, but is there?
I'm happy that he could have someone to talk to it with an extended sentences. It seemed like.
Yeah. He indicated he's not real happy with common, but I can't blame him.
I can understand that.
Is there anything else I can help you with? You looking to procure any weapons, anything like that, or?
Do you have anything interesting?
I mean, I've got a couple of pieces here. I don't know if they'll necessarily fit your group, so to speak. I do a little bit of work for the knights. They have their own blacksmith that takes care of things, but most of the stuff I do is more ceremonial looking, ornamental. But I keep a couple of traditional pieces in stock too. I've got a couple of daggers and a rapier or two over there that might suit you. They're nothing special, but they're good make. Fine blades.
Okay. I just wanted to come and meet a master craftsman, such as yourself, and I'm glad Rith was able to have a conversation with someone, since we've sort of had that language barrier with them. So
Yeah, I mean, learning common's difficult. I mean, my people do it just because it's convenient for trade purposes. But whenever I have an opportunity to speak a native tongue, I'm always happy to do so. So,
well, I'm glad we could make your day too.
Certainly was an interesting experience. Not every day you get to see a Fey dagger and talk dwarven to a dragonborn. That's I'm gonna call it a win today. Might close up shop. I'm kidding. I'd never do that.
Well, Riss, did you have anything else you wanted to speak with the man with?
No.
That's kind of how we talk. We understand each other, though.
Sometimes a few words are good words.
I agree. Not myself, but
I'll speak in Dwarven. She never shuts up sometimes.
Those gnomes do like to talk a lot. Halflings too. They're kind of like the humans. They like to talk a lot. Too much.
It's hard to keep up sometimes.
Just nod and smile.
I do. It's frustrating.
that's what I'm doing right now.
Well, you guys have a wonderful day. If you need anything, feel free to come back.
Same to you, sir. If we make it back this way, we'll be sure to come visit you.
Very well.
Riss?
Be safe.
You as well.
And we'll head back. Riss?
Okay.
You continue to surprise me.
Surprise?
Yes, I didn't know you knew Dwarven.
Speak Dwarven. Draconic.
Okay. That's a good no.
You?
I don't speak Dwarven.
Shame.
I speak Elven.
No speak Elven.
That's okay. We'll work on it.
Okay.
That's it. I'm gonna keep going.
All right. Anything anywhere else you guys wanted to go today?
Okay. Weren't we supposed to go back to the person to do
You
a
were.
report or something?
Yes.
Okay.
You were.
I'll look
That's-
at Lilith at some point and say, report.
Yes. So we'll head to. It was Oscar, wasn't it?
Yep.
So we'll head his way now.
Be up here. Is where he was. So, the two of you head up that way. Guards let you in, and Oscar's in his tent at the moment, and looks up. Oh, good morning. Well, I'm getting close to afternoon at this point, but glad to see you made it back. Are the rest of your members coming as well, or are you just conveying? Are you here to give the report for all of them?
Yeah. I'll give the report. Riz and I here will definitely give it for you. The others are kind of hanging back. They had some business they wanted to take care of in town.
Okay, very well. That's fine by me. As if you know the events that happened, I will be happy to. He'll call in a scribe, basically, and someone to record, and he'll ask you to take a seat as they sit down with some parchment and ink and a quill, and they're ready to take notes. So, how thorough are you with your report? Any embellishments or anything beyond what actually happened?
Beyond numbers.
Or pieces you leave out.
Keep it pretty straight. The number of orcs that we took down.
Sorry. I don't know why it keeps doing that to me, but so yeah, sorry. Anything you embellish, leave out, give extra detail on?
I'll give extra detail of how my hammer. I'll say hammer smash head.
With the noise, even probably.
Yep.
You see the scribe kind of sitting there for a moment. And like trying to write down, articulate the sound in some form of written documentation.
And I will tell how hard the last one was that had the arrows to his head to take down.
When he was undead?
Yes.
Okay.
When he describes the undead coming back up, I'll go arms. Rith's trying his hand at storytelling, adding to it.
Okay. Make like a performance check. Do that real quick. See how that goes.
D4.
Hey,
Yeah.
not bad. Like
Yeah.
the scribe just continues taking notes, and he's like, points. So their hands were reaching up, or
spectral hands?
Spectral hands. Say what? And he, based on like the little bit of storytelling that Rith did, he's a little bit more interested in this part and wanting. Say what color would you say they were, and how many reached up out of the ground? You said.
Oh, blue, and just
blue. Many. Like 6, 8, 10.
I'd say at least 20 to 30.
20 to 30. Interesting. Wow, it's quite the.
Just.
Yeah, say were they translucent? Were they opaque? Were they
Tor skin, tor armor.
Neat. Wow. So yeah, the scribe gets a little bit more interested in this part. Asks a few questions like, "What were they transparent or opaque?
They were spectral, so they were
translucent. Like you kind of see through them." Okay, good. He'll take a few more notes down. When you guys get done, Oscar looks quite the harrowing experience there.
Kill orcs. Kill orcs again. Double work.
Well, I would say that you did kill them, and kill them quite well. Rather impressed. He'll pull out an extra pouch and say, for your report and the extra work that you did, he'll pass over another 50 gold. Say it's a slight bonus. I would provide more if I had the funding to do so, but I've already given quite a bit of what I'm allocated to be able to do. So, but I want to thank you for your work, and coming back to give the report as well will be quite helpful to send on. See if maybe we can get some additional troops down here to take a look at the site and investigate a little further.
That's probably a good idea.
Yes.
And the only extra we ask is that if we're in the area sometime and we need help, that we could maybe call on you.
Help as in
as we're adventuring through, possibly needing to exterminate another camp like this? Maybe
Well,
a couple extra bodies.
If I'm able to spare the manpower, I certainly would be able to do so. If you find yourself in need of lodging, I mean, we do have some barracks here that I could always offer to you if you're passing through, provided you aren't running from any kind of legal issues.
Oh, of course.
Of course. But if a situation arises where you need some assistance and I'm able to do so, I'd be happy to lend some manpower.
And Lady Lilith, Lousy Louts, thanks you.
Kind of like I mean, it's kind of an amusing name. I don't know if it necessarily inspires confidence. I probably workshop that a little bit.
It's a work in progress.
Okay, good. I mean, like I said, it is amusing. Ironic. Wouldn't necessarily call you lousy, but I don't know your companions well enough to know whether or not they're louts, but they seem decent enough.
Well, we did say that we were going to talk to Darko and see if when he wanted to leave, unless you have something else.
Not at the moment. Things are pretty seem to be quieting down after the last raid that we had here, so business as usual.
Okay, well then I wish you well, and
safe travels to you and your group.
Be heading out sometime soon.
Very well. Safe travels, and I look forward to any future interactions.
The same to you. And I'll make a short bow to him.
Yep. And he will bow at the waist as well as stands up from his chair. Scribe does so as well, and kind of holds their papers and day, and then kind of inches his chair closer towards Oscar's desk, and they once you guys leave, they begin a conversation between the two of them. But as you're leaving.
I guess we'll just head back towards the inn.
Okay.
As we're walking, Rith will pat Lilith on the back and say, "What louts mean?"
Great warriors.
Rith louts.
Fantastic.
Rith, here's your share of the extra, and I'm gonna give him 10 gold.
All right.
Cool.
And was Kovacs just kind of wandering around town and then heading back during the morning or late morning?
I'd head back probably around 11:30 noon.
Okay. So you guys stop for your blacksmith and then stop to talk to Oscar. So I would say it's probably about lunchtime when you get back to the inn. You come all Kovacs, you'll get there before they do, and then probably a half hour, 45 minutes later, Lilith and Rith come back. Kovacs,
I'll take another meal then.
All right, as you're coming in, you see Kerr and Rowan just sitting on the steps, going up to the inn.
Oh.
An empty bottle next to Kerr.
All right, I'll nod in approval
All right.
and head in.
Do you guys stay outside still?
Guess we can head in.
Yeah. Why not?
All right. You guys head in. About a half hour later or so, you see Lilith and Rith also come in. Your companions are sitting down with some lunch, or I guess Kerr probably isn't, since he hasn't had good berries. So
Yeah,
You
I
can
had a
still
good berry.
eat.
I'm good.
Okay.
I'll grab some food from the bar and then go over and sit down with the group. As I sit down, I'll say, "Great louts,
Huh?
warriors."
Rith's
Who are you
saying they're
talking about?
warriors.
Lilith.
Speaking
Names.
of that, we did get an extra 50 gold. I've already gave Rith his 10, so I'm gonna divide out the rest of it around. Give everybody else their 10 extra.
Well, I need my initial.
Oh yeah, I'll give you your 50 plus the 10.
I'll hold out my hand. I was there.
I'll slide another 10 over. Slide a hand style.
Go ahead and roll that. See if you do as poorly as you did the last.
Oh god, I hope not.
$15. Okay. Passives, Kerr.
16.
Okay. Rith, I don't think you was seen, and
I wouldn't have.
Rowan didn't see. So yeah, Kerr, you'll watch as he just kind of tries to. You hear this? You hear a slight kink, 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 kink as it kind of just gently taps against the table, and he just kind of, it goes off the side and just under, and see the slight movement of Kovac and Lilith's arms kind of inch closer, and a few moments later, as Kovac deposits his gold, you hear the slight clink of coins. Not sure how many, but
Okay.
Well, I spoke with Oscar, and he took down the report. Rith was amazing in helping us get this extra. Good job, Rith.
Act.
You did very well. And I think the most amazing thing in the afternoon is when we went to the blacksmith and Rith was speaking Dwarven.
Dwarven. Cool.
Fluently,
Oh. Okay.
I guess. I don't know. I don't speak Dwarven.
Well, you spoke it better than you did.
Very much so. I understood nothing.
Do you speak anything else, Rith?
Draconic.
Okay. Okay.
Speak.
Me? Elven, Giant, Sylvan, Common.
Lilith. Elven.
Okay.
Pointy
So-
ears.
What's with the louts?
Group
I don't
name.
know if he,
No, I can't.
I don't know if he had his headphones in yet. So
Did you come up with that name?
Lilith.
Oh. Okay.
Great warriors.
I'm confused.
Sorry.
So we have a new name, Lilith?
It's a work in progress.
Wait,
What is the work?
our name is work in progress?
It could be. So, what's next?
Darko, I believe.
Yeah, we tell them we're ready to move on.
Oh, did you see him already today?
Just this morning.
It must have been before I got up.
We'll probably be leaving this afternoon.
Sounds fine to me.
And Kerr, you will notice that you do spot one of the individuals that was part of his caravan, human woman with red hair. You think you recall her name was Gwen? Yeah, Gwen.
Okay, is she in the tavern?
She is right now, yeah. She's the one that you spot.
I guess we could tell her. I mean, she's part of the caravan. And I'll just point her out.
Points her out. You guys recognize her. She sits up in the first wagon with Darko, one of the drivers. Yeah. They're like, yeah, that's Gwen.
I'll just walk over to her. Say, hey, do you know about when we're gonna leave?
Well, Darko said he was. We have everything prepared. The horses are ready to go. We'll just have to hitch them to the wagon, which only take maybe 10-15 minutes at most, and then we can be out as within the next half hour if you guys are ready.
I believe we are.
Okay. Well, let me go over to the stables and let the other drivers know that we'll be leaving, and they'll get the horses prepped and ready to go, and I'll go find Darko. He let me know where he was going to be this afternoon, so yeah, if you want to just meet us at the stables around back here in about a half hour, we'll be ready to go.
Sounds good.
All right. She will get up and go out the door. You guys have about a half hour to finish up your lunch and whatnot, and pack up your stuff in your rooms and be ready to go. Anything else you guys want to do as you're prepping to leave?
Nope.
Nope, I'm good.
Okay.
I'm good.
So you guys head out back around the main building into the stables area where they keep the horses, and then also the where they store the wagons that come in. As you guys get out there, they are getting up into their seats. Everything is stowed away, and you guys are able to get into your respective wagons. Darko will greet you guys and be like, we can go ahead and make a little bit of time today. We'll probably say the weather seems to be cooling down a little bit, so might rain in a couple days, I'm guessing, with the way it's cooling down, but within the next few days, or over the next few days potentially, but you should be able to make some decent time. Probably make Eveningstar in 4.5 days. So if you're ready to go, we can set out. So he will climb up into the first wagon. Lilith, you're up there as well, correct?
Yes.
Kerr and Rowan, you guys were in the last wagon?
Yep.
Okay. And Kovac and Rith, are you guys in the middle one, right? Okay. All right. So you guys will climb up into your respective wagons as they roll out of Diedluck. Guards waving at you as you, saluting as you exit out. And you guys turn left and start heading out up the north road, out of the clearing and back into the King's Forest. We'll go ahead and take our quick little break here and be back in about 5 to 10 minutes.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Welcome back. All right, so group is heading out. You guys are traveling north up the Starwater Road through the King's Forest now on your way to Eveningstar. Getting a late start for your first day since you're leaving just afternoon. Um, Everyone, go ahead and roll me a perception check as you're wandering through the forest.
Oh, and I will have a quick discussion with Rith. Whatever.
Okay. Go ahead.
Oh, I'll hand you 2 books and say, learn common. If you want help, just ask.
Rith will look at them over. Rith, not read well.
Well, we can go through them together at some point if you want.
Rith,
Do you open either one of them?
yeah, I opened the bigger one.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there's words. There.
Yep. The other one has pictures.
Rith will pull that book open.
Okay. So, you look at it and yeah, you see you recognize the word dragon. Cool.
Dragon.
If you flip through the book, you see a small child, like weirdly outfitting themselves for battle. That seems odd. Why the hell would a small child be doing this? And then they're going to slay a dragon? That's absurdities. And then you get to the end and you see a small child defeating a red dragon.
No sense.
The kid's allowed.
I mean, he did defeat a red dragon, so yeah.
Okay.
But I mean, as you're going through, go ahead and make an intelligence check. Shit. Yeah. The red dragon even has a stupid name, Patches. Like, what dragon would name themselves Patches? And as you're reading through, you're like, oh, the story is hyperbole. I recognize this. Okay, this makes sense. This isn't an actual story. And then you get to the end of the page, you're like, it's all in the kid's head. Okay, so the kid's a moron. Got it. Stupid human kid. God. That's human. Those
language.
Yeah. So, yeah, you make it through that book. I mean, these are all words you know. They're fine. But once you get to the end, it's amusing now.
I'll chuckle a little.
Okay.
I'll hand him back that book.
Okay. The other one does have a lot of words in it. You open it up, and I mean, they're you understand like enough of it for it to be more frustrating, but at the same time, you're like, okay. I mean, I pick up a few things in here, so maybe this won't be as bad. It leaves you encouraged, if not a little bit. I mean, you're irritated at first, but you're kind of happy at how many of the larger words you recognize right away.
Sure. Rith will look at Kovacs and he'll say, problem, language, together. Words.
Too many? too many words, or I don't know.
Order.
Oh,
Words. He'll hold out. He'll pull out the healing potion. Potion heal. Healing potion.
oh, grammar. Okay. Yeah, that's complicated, but teachable.
Appreciate Rith.
Rith appreciates.
Yes.
Lesson 1. Conjugation of verbs.
And as we travel, I'll continue to offer help if he wants it. And
Yeah, Rith will definitely accept it. I mean, it's a frustrating thing for him. So yeah, he'll take any help he can get with it.
I mean, over your lifetimes, Kovac, you've had to learn a fair amount of languages to communicate with people. So, and learning common for your first time, you understand how difficult it can be. Sentence structure is definitely different, but not an impassable barrier. So, and you've got time. So,
got time, and I appreciate somebody who's wanting to learn. So I don't have a problem setting aside my time for that.
All right.
Cool.
So, perception checks there. Kovac, yeah, you keep a pretty keen eye out on things. The drivers tend to stay in their seats for today. You don't notice any switching because it is a shorter trip today. But you do kind of sense like a bit of a change in the weather. The day doesn't seem to warm up as much as it has in past days from the morning. So, based on your perception, you start to see a few gray clouds in the distance that are kind of rolling in. But I mean, you guys have been around here for a while. I mean, it's a temperate area, but it does storm occasionally. But storms tend to be kind of brief. They don't really linger around for an extended period of time. They'll be intense for a little while, then die off. They might come back at a later point in the day, but think of it kind of like as our common weather here. So, it could be a bit bipolar at point. So, but the rest of you, Lilith and Kerr, yeah, you guys keep a good eye out on things. Rowan,
I see Kerr.
yeah. Although, is that really Kerr? You're not really sure. Where'd that one dread come from? You're not sure if that one looks out of place. You're kind of suspicious of him, but no, yeah, that's him. Okay,
How
no,
did Bigfoot get in my cart?
So, rest of the day passes by just fine. You guys they pull off at a certain point. They do have their own tents that they end up setting up as well to kind of bed down for the night. Darko did purchase a little bit of supplies as they were leaving, so they're able to cook for the first evening out. So you guys have a pretty decent meal. It's a nice mutton stew that they make up and serve out there for you guys, as well as some bread that they brought with them. So a pretty relaxed and good first evening out. The evening is yours if your characters wish to either discuss or do anything. Okay.
Before I go to sleep, I'm gonna wander away like, I don't know, 40, 50 feet maybe. Not like too far.
Sure.
But again, I'm gonna like take the flute out, play it a little bit, and just kind of just chill for 30 minutes after, probably, and then wander back.
Far out, you said?
Like 40 feet, maybe, or something. Not super
Okay.
far, but like just not like all up in their face playing it.
Sure. Okay. So off in the distance, you guys will hear a little bit of music coming off from the distance. How would you describe his music? Is it thoughtful? Is it sorrowful, morose, upbeat, lullaby, soothing,
Punk rock.
alternative,
Jethro Tull.
garage?
No. Probably like a little more leaning towards like sorrowful.
Okay. So, you guys hear the music kind of coming off in the distance. So,
I'll probably stop reading then and just kind of listen to that then.
okay. Make a. I'll say it's a general intelligence check.
Okay.
Mm. Okay. Yeah, I mean the vision or the message that you had during your meditation the other night, the music is similar. Definitely recognize that it was a flute in yours that you were hearing.
Okay.
And the way the music changed, the way it was playing at the end is very not I mean the tones aren't exactly the same, of course, but the feeling behind the music is similar.
All
And
right.
your amulet feels warm.
Oh, okay.
Anything anybody else doing for the evening?
I'll work on the deer skin.
Okay.
Cleaning it up, getting
Okay.
ready to do something with it.
Sure.
I'll look over my maul and fine tune it or just check things over.
Sure. Clean it, polish it a little bit.
Yeah, I haven't done that in a while, so.
Okay.
Smash things and make sure it still works.
It's got some spikes on it, so there's some sharpening that you could potentially do. Keep the points nice and pointy. So okay.
I'm just gonna watch everybody else doing their thing.
Sure. Take it in. All right. So you guys bed down for the evening. Does anybody want to stay up for watches? Darko would kind of mention that. I mean, that they're pretty close to the Edluck. I mean, the most things you kind of have to worry about here are wildlife, but they do have a fire going, which they'll keep up through the night, so it should keep most wildlife away. But
I'll do one.
Okay.
I'll stay up for a bit.
I'll take a watch.
Okay.
Yeah, Reds will take one.
Okay. Lilith, who wants to take first watch?
I'll take first watch.
Okay. I guess I would suit you since you tend to stay up a little bit later. But all right. So the rest of you head off to bed. So Rowan, As you go to sleep, you have a dream that starts to come over you. You open your eyes and you find yourself back in the clearing outside of Diedluck. The palisades, the tents, the orcs laying on the ground. You walk through the dry grass as it crunches underneath your feet. On the western side of the clearing there, the fire still burns, meat roasting over the spit. You can smell it. Slowly, the forest begins to darken, and everything fades except for the dead orcs. And then the hands. Those ghostly apparitions tearing through the flesh, and their dead eyes sinking back, being replaced by those piercing red lights. That cold sensation that you felt like when you first saw them, it just grips at you again. And squeezes. You almost feel like it's tightening around your chest, closing it off. Time freezes and the zombified orcs turn towards you. A voice faintly whispers in your ear. Feminine and cold, but not evil in any way, just devoid of emotion. It says, "What is this fear that grips you?" You feel a presence at your side and it swoops around behind you. You turn your head and it goes over towards the other side. "Perhaps I can help you." You turn to respond, but it's gone. And Lilith, as you're keeping watch, you notice as Rowan just sits up. And Rowan, make a perception check. So can almost you still kind of feel a presence, but as you kind of sit up for a moment, your eyes open. See Lilith sitting there near the fire. Everybody else asleep. You realize you're in the camp. Nothing else around you. And the presence fades.
Hey! Is it my turn for the watch?
That was quick.
Oh, no, it's not my turn yet?
It's only been about an hour.
Quite.
Oh. Alright.
You okay?
Oh, I'm fantastic.
Insight check.
Go for it. With a countering deception. Ooh. Oh, so close. So close. You almost believe him for a moment, Lilith.
I don't think I quite believe you.
Okay, sorry. It froze again there for me. So yeah, you almost believe him for just a moment until you see like a bead of sweat just kind of roll down the side of his temple. And it's not like a... Yeah, you see it just a bead of sweat kind of roll down his temple.
Well, I'm not gonna pry, but you don't seem okay.
I'll be fine. It'll pass.
Okay.
Just wake me when it's my turn.
Okay.
And I roll over and lay there, but probably can't fall back asleep.
It takes you a little bit of time. I mean, you can...
Yeah. It would not be immediate, I'm
sensation
sure.
was Yeah, that sensation that you felt was very, very much like the first time you saw those orcs. I mean, there was terror. As you kind of dwell on a little bit, the other presence, you're not quite sure what to make of it, but it was odd. I mean, definitely not something you've ever felt before. So
Makes sense why I couldn't lie to him very well then.
a little bit rattled. Lilith, aside from your brief interruption and your watch there from Rowan jerking awake, goes by fairly uneventfully. You do hear some sounds out in the woods, but they're often distant. So, who wishes to take second watch? Kovac, you have to get 4 hours in, so
I can do the second one.
second one for Rowan.
I didn't plan on taking a watch. So.
Oh no, that's right. You didn't have one. That's right. All right. So, you're trying to fall back to sleep, Rowan, but by the time he wakes, you've just been laying there for a while, and
makes sense.
Wakes you for your turn, and yeah, you have an opportunity. You're up for your watch. Kovac, for you, during your meditation that you're having, as it's coming to an end, coming close to its end, you open your eyes and you're not. I mean, you feel like you're kind of in the same area, but a raven just sits before you, and just kind of cocks its head at you and kind of stares expectantly, and it caws at you, just and flies off. As you watch, you watch as it kind of flies off northeast, almost northeast, kind of in that direction. Very close to the direction you're kind of heading, but not quite. But as you kind of step forward to follow in its direction, that melody comes to you again. It's definitely a flute. The music starts off once again, being carried across the wind, cheerful, upbeat, and you continue forward and see the crow again, just kind of perched there, looking at you expectantly. Turns its head and flies off again, and you continue forward, following in its path. The music grows a little stronger. Can hear it a little clearer, and as you move forward, the crow flies off and ahead and out of sight. But in the distance, you see a shape. Small. Take a closer look. It's small. Oh, humanoid. With wearing a small, looks like a dress. And then you get a bit of a closer look. It's shadowy. It's off. You can't quite make out full details, but you see hair twirling behind it. Its skirt billowing as it spins and dances. It's a small child, from the size that you can make out, and her movements are carefree. It's like and you can see that she's got a flute pursed close to her lips as she dances and plays. And as you get closer, the nighttime shadows begin to close in, and they become consuming, oppressing. They reach out for the girl with like a slow, menacing hunger. And as they reach her, the shadows move at a surprising speed and just wash over this girl, enveloping her, and her form disappears. The flute, however, remains in the air, just kind of illuminated by a dim, almost blackish light. You can barely make it out in the shadows, but it is there. And it continues to play. And it's that sorrowful sound that you heard the first time around. And as you get a little bit closer, it glows with kind of a pale violet light. And you come out of your meditation. You see Rowan sitting there and doing his watch. Everyone else asleep. You can make a perception check as well. Rowan, go ahead and make yours for the evening as well. Nice. Okay. Yeah, Kovac, as you come out of your meditation, you hear distantly, as it's kind of going away from you, but you hear the flutter of wings. It's very similar. You've heard this sound before. Rowan, you hear something and kind of see a black form just kind of fly off. I swear it was looking at Kovac potentially, and maybe looked at you too for a moment before flying off. But no, it had to be your imagination. But definitely flew off as Kovac came out of his meditation.
Did I just see something? I'm asking Kovac, since I saw that he woke up.
You're asking
came
me?
out of his meditation or whatever.
I don't know. What did you see?
Something dark. Seemed like it flew. Like a bird, maybe.
You very well could have.
Oh, okay. It seemed close to you. I didn't know if you saw it or not.
I didn't see anything. I heard something, but I.
Oh, okay. Cool.
So you're not crazy.
Oh, okay. Thank God. I'm just a little worried, this night. Seems long when you're just sitting here all alone.
Are you not used to taking watch?
Most of the time, I mean, a lot of times the big guy will watch with me, and he's over there sleeping.
That gets easier.
Especially when you have a nice group. Anyway,
so far.
Anyway, I don't know if you're gonna sleep more or whatever, but okay.
Pretty much up for the day.
Oh.
I'm good.
Oh, okay.
Who was taking third watch?
I'll take third watch.
Okay. So, you wake up the big guy.
Walk over and just slap him on the arm.
Oh, it's my turn.
Hey, it's your turn.
Okay. Yep. Was your watch good?
Yeah. Great.
Anything interesting happen?
No, not really.
Were we attacked?
I don't think so.
Good. We're doing a good job.
Absolutely.
Best guards ever.
Absolutely.
Yep. Okay. You have a good night.
Thanks.
Again.
Enjoy
Yeah.
your sit.
Uh-huh.
All right. You managed to fall asleep this time. So, Kovac, is he pulling out a book while he's up, or?
Yeah, but before I do that, I'll probably pull out my compass.
Okay.
See if I get anything from it.
You focus on it for a moment. Within range.
Okay.
I mean, there are time frames that you go where you don't necessarily feel anything for a while, but
Sure.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then I'll probably just read the rest of the time.
Okay.
So I'll introduce myself to like the wild creatures. I'll be like, "Hi, I'm Kerr. I know you guys are keeping an eye out on yourselves, but if you wouldn't mind helping me a bit, I'll help you out. Just let me know if you see something unusual."
Owl kind of comes over and like sits on a branch kind of near you and twists its head kind of, in its owl way.
I'll just kind of wave at it.
Right. Just kind of puffs up its neck for a moment and kind of turns around and watch its head kind of swivel. Looking away from you, but so go ahead and make your perception check for the night.
Oh, jeez.
Dang. Yeah, the owl like heeded your call. It doesn't seem like the brightest of birds though. It's kind of distracted. And it's just kind of ADHD owl.
Okay.
To a certain extent. So it doesn't seem really focused. You're good. You hear all kinds of animal noises out there. Normal stuff that you're used to sleeping in the woods. It's pretty comforting, actually. You feel...
Yeah. Bunch of animals calling out for dates.
Yeah. I mean, given the events of the previous day, this is probably what you needed right here. Like, just to kind of sit in nature for a bit and just enjoy it. So, but other than that, your evening watch goes uneventfully. You have Kovac there just kind of reading a book as he's up now, so
I'll occasionally like lean over to see what he's reading and then lean back.
Okay. Which book did you pull out?
It's a book on Cormier.
Okay.
Nothing too exciting.
Yeah. It's got a lot of words in there. Really any pictures, and with your perception, you kind of notice. I mean, you pick out a couple of words and you notice a couple of town names that you've kind of gone by. So you assume it's maybe something to do with the region. So your night goes by uneventfully, and your watch comes to an end. And Rith, you were taking the next one, right?
Yep, the last one.
Okay. So you'll wake up Rith when his time comes, and you can finish your 6 hours of sleep that you need for Kerr.
Hey, Rith, that owl's going to help you out, just so you know. And I'll just lay down.
Points, and you see a bird, just an owl, just kind of sitting up there. It's looking up in the sky. Like, I don't know how helpful that is, but
Neither does Rith.
yeah.
He'll just kind of shake his head and go about, watching.
All right, go ahead and do your perception check.
Oh, there had to be one.
Damn owl keeps distracting.
It is really distracting. What is it looking at? Just trees. It's all there is. Just trees. Kovac, as you're sitting there reading, you see Rith really trying hard to stay focused on like the area around him, but that bird is just like kryptonite for him at this point. He just cannot stop focusing on it occasionally.
I may chuckle a little bit.
So, luckily, I mean, your night it passes by uneventfully. Not that you would notice anything anyhow. It's just kind of
Yep.
there's an owl. You're not sure how helpful it was, but nothing attacked you, so maybe it did its job. And the rest of you will come to consciousness to begin your day. You guys will pile back into the cart and into the wagons after you guys have some breakfast. Not anything special this time around. They kind of just have some porridge that they're able to make for everybody. So it's hot. Doesn't have a whole lot of taste to it, but filling.
It's food.
Yeah. It's travel food. So you guys hop back into the wagons and they start back off north. You guys are traveling for the day. Any conversations you wish to have or anything you guys wish to do during the day?
I'll keep practicing on the English, and I'll ask Kovacs every now and then if a phrase is right or not, or how to phrase it.
Okay.
I'll help him. Whatever.
All right. Go ahead and make. Really isn't a great trait for this. Just intelligence check for Kovac and Rith.
Say intelligence?
Yeah.
Why am I having trouble? Oh. Right there.
Okay. So, Kovac, it can be difficult sometimes trying to help somebody when they speak in single words a lot of the times, and there's no conjugation between or conjunction phrases. So you spend when he asks you questions, you try to help him understand how to build some flow to the sentences. It's difficult for you. Rith, it does help. I mean, there's a couple of passages in the book that you're able to grasp a little bit better. So, at this point, for Kovac, you're trying to figure out the best way to help Rith. You're having to try to figure out his particular learning style and how best to communicate through the limited words that you have available. And Rith is doing his best job to help you out with that. So, but you make some progress.
Right on.
So. Anybody else for the day?
No.
Okay. Go ahead and make some perception checks for the day as you're traveling through. All right.
What
That's right, I can multitask.
I guess so. I mean, during those opportunities where Kovac is talking to you, you're doing a great job of actually like listening to him, but still keeping an eye out for things. Rowan
That owl was a great help.
Yeah. You feel like it's really just You have heard that owls have keen sight, and you really feel like you picked that up from him. That must have been a magic owl or something. It's
No,
real.
it wasn't an owl. It was a night chicken.
Rowan, you're still maybe a little bit shaken from the previous night. It'd probably be your reasoning for not doing so well. And
This time I know a little bit more that that's Kerr sitting next to me in the wagon.
yeah, you're pretty sure that's Kerr this time though. Yesterday you weren't so sure, but he caught back up somehow. Yeah, he made it to camp and now he's with you. Kovac, risk questions kind of distract you as you're trying to help out, and more times or not, you're spending time trying to read the book too, to figure out what it's saying and how to convey it. And yeah, Lilith, you're doing great up there, and you got no one else to distract you. This was the right wagon to pick.
Yeah.
Okay. Screen frozen again on me, so all right. But you guys continue on. This day passes by pretty uneventfully too. You guys break for camp at the evening time, and this time around it's mainly just kind of trail rations. There's a little bit of food left over that they kind of have that they are able to cook up, but have to supplement it a little bit with some rations that you guys have.
I'll contribute to some of the deer that I have.
Oh, okay. So with that, you're able to use the rest of the vegetables that they had procured from the town with some of the meat, and they're able to do 2 different stews, or a stew and then kind of grill up some, or put some of the deer meat on a spit and cook it, and you guys have a pretty decent meal again. You guys keeping the same watches?
I'll watch with Rowan this time.
Yep.
Watch with Rowan? Okay.
Oh. All right, well, we're doing the second one.
Okay.
I will take first one.
Okay. So if no one takes the third one of Darko's individuals will be up during that time frame. So first watch comes, and Lilith, you're on duty, so go ahead and make a perception check. It's dark out there. Kind of dark, so spend a little bit of time gazing into the fire. It's nice and warm. It crackles. There was a little bit of rain today, so the wood that you guys have is a little bit wet to start with, so it's a little bit smoky. I swear it's probably obscuring your vision.
I'm trying to think of my next plans when we actually get to the next town.
Okay.
Also, so
A little bit distracted then, I mean, the previous night was fairly uneventful, so you're feeling pretty safe in numbers at least. Your watch comes to an end, and you can wake up Rowan and Kerr.
hey,
What?
why didn't you wake up tonight?
Nah, I was just more tired because I didn't sleep well last night.
Okay. Do you want to wake up the big guy, or?
Yeah, I'll get him.
Okay.
Now walk over and just slap him on the arm again.
Yeah.
Hey, it's time for our watch.
Oh, it's our turn.
Yeah.
Cool. Were we attacked while we were asleep?
I don't think so.
Okay, more affirmation that we are the best guards.
True.
All right. You guys go ahead and make your Either one of you can make perception check at advantage, or you can both make your individuals.
It's up to you.
Let's
Okay.
just do individual.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
So, yeah. Rowan, everything seems pretty peaceful out there.
Yeah, I'm just
Looks
busy
clear.
trying to talk to Kerr instead of actually watching.
Yeah. You trust him. He does a good job.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I missed you last night. It was weird being by myself.
Sorry, first time we had more than just us. I figured we could actually sleep through it, let everyone else watch.
Oh yeah. We definitely totally slept through everyone's watches. Well, except for mine. I didn't sleep through mine.
But
I was awake for mine.
did you sleep through yours?
No.
Okay,
Did you?
maybe. I had an owl helping me out.
How'd that go?
He was very interested in what was above us, but didn't really actually say anything.
Cool. Wait, I saw a bird in my watch too.
Was it an owl?
I don't know. I didn't really get a good look.
Well, what did you see? Like,
I saw this.
did you see?
It looked black.
It looked black, but I mean it's dark.
That's fair. I'm not sure I could tell, like, if it was black and in the dark, since I can't see in the dark.
I mean, it's probably closer to camp. Maybe I could tell it was black. I guess.
I mean, you were able to, with your natural 20, I'd say you kind of caught it as it was moving away.
Its name was Bernard.
Okay.
I'm just kidding.
You had no idea he could talk to animals.
Had a name tag.
Oh, I thought I was rubbing off. Like you were picking up what I can do.
I wish. You could do some really cool stuff, man.
I mean, I've been trying to pick up what you do. I mean, I suck at it, but I have a pan flute. Try to play it.
Play it.
Okay, I will play the pan flute.
Go for it. Performance check.
Oh,
Hey, like, that's actually pretty good, Rowan.
I don't even think I could play it that well.
I will stop and like make sure I didn't wake anybody up.
I mean, you did it nice and soft. Your notes were on key and everything. I mean, it wasn't no last time happy birthday performance, but
Right.
It was pretty good. It was pretty good.
I liked it. It was really good. You should trust me. I mean, I've got
I
an ear
do.
for these kind of things.
I trust you with my life, man.
Good.
It was better
Okay.
than some of those performances back in Weymouth, though.
I'm questioning that trust now with the weird finger things. But
Yeah. That's all I
yeah. I'm always cool just sitting. If you want, you can go back to sleep and I'll finish off the watch.
Yeah, we gotta be getting close to the end now.
Well, it's only been like 10 minutes. This conversation hasn't lasted very long.
I mean, what if we started the conversation at the end of the watch?
Okay, we
I
can
think
do
Rowan
that.
would wait that long.
Alright, fine. Nah, I stay awake, but like it's just chit chat that's like
Sure.
unimportant.
Sure. You want to know what the weather's going to be like tomorrow?
Yeah.
Sure. I will cast Druidcraft and use it to create a tiny, harmless sensory effect that predicts the weather for the next 24 hours.
Tomorrow's going to be mostly cloudy. with, you're pretty sure there's going to be some spots of rain. Yeah, it's gonna rain shortly after breakfast, probably when you start traveling. But it's only gonna last for maybe like 45 minutes, and then it's gonna be cloudy for the rest of the day.
All right.
But you might have some rain overnight, so you're pretty certain that you want to make sure that the tents are up early after you get camp set.
Okay.
So,
And I shall, deliver that.
yeah.
I'm gonna. After he does that, then I'll just be like, "Hey, watch this," and I cast a mage hand and like pick up some small rocks and put them on Lilith.
See how many we can get on there.
What is your passive perception for Lilith?
$14.
14. Okay. How small are the rocks that you're trying to put on there? I mean, obviously they have to be less than 5 pounds, but
yeah, like quarter-ish sized.
okay. So you start putting some on there, and you probably get like a half dozen on there to start with. A couple of like slid off and behind her, but go ahead and make a sleight of hand check. See how well you continue to do. Okay. So you managed to get, say, about a dozen rocks, just kind of on her at.
Oh.
I think we can still hear you. Maybe.
There we go. All right. You managed to get about a dozen rocks or so until like some of them slide off, and as she kind of rolls over and man, you feel just your bedroll just doesn't feel comfortable right now, and you wake up and you swear you feel something right in the small of your back, and you're like, ow, ow. And you reach down there and there's some rocks in here. What the hell?
So I want to kind of act like I'm just going to roll over.
Okay.
Grab one.
Okay.
And chuck it at it.
All right. All right. So make a deception check. See how well you pretend to be just basically staying asleep.
Oh.
Okay. An insight check for Rowan. I mean, it's still. No. Okay. Yeah. She didn't manage to hide the. She just kind of rolls over, and you're like, "Oh crap!" So go ahead and make a ranged attack. But since you're not really proficient with a rock, I'm gonna say it's just go ahead and make the attack roll itself. We'll just take off the proficiency bonus, which is 2, I think.
What's your?
It's a 4, I believe. Let me double check.
Oh well,
Okay.
it wasn't me. It was him. But
re-roll it.
That's true.
Oh.
Yeah.
oh,
There it is. So you know she's awake, and you're like, "Oh, the jig's up. I gotta stop now." And so you, all of a sudden, this little figure moves pretty quickly and pelts you with a rock. You do take a point of damage from it.
I'm like, why didn't you stop me?
It was too funny. A good berry will take care of that. And I'll druid craft a flower. Be like, we're super sorry. Please don't be too mad. It's for you.
I'll take it and then roll over and go back to sleep.
You clear the dozen or so, well, 11 at this point, but you had like maybe 4 rocks that kind of got into your bedroll, and you kind of look around and there's about 7 others that are on the ground as you rolled. So, but yeah, you clear out the rocks and go back to sleep.
I mean, we are her louts.
True. All right. Aside from that, your watch goes pretty uneventfully. Okay, so one of Darko's, you guys wake up one of Darko's men, gentleman by the name of Brayton, and
Brayton, Brayton, Brayton. He gets up, kind of groggy still, as he's like, yeah, I got it. He's, thanks, and goes to take his spot kind of by the fire, kind of a blanket over his shoulders, kind of looking out in the distance. Kovac, you're up at this point, and he's not paying very much attention at all, nodding off occasionally here and there, but stays awake for most of the watch, but not very attentive. So he tries. It seems like he's really trying, but it's a fail. So at the end of his watch, he comes over and nudges Rith awake.
Alright, he rolls over and heads over to the fire, warms himself up.
Go ahead and make your perception check. Doing all right job. I mean, it's better than last night. You don't have that damn bird distracting you this time. Stupid bird. So, but yeah, your watch goes uneventfully. You and Kovac are just kind of sitting there in your relative silence, listening to the snores or sleeping sounds of those around you. So,
cool.
Anyone else comes to consciousness? Wow. Lilith, the rest of your night was better after you got rid of those rocks. Louts indeed.
I'm gonna pick up 2 of the rocks.
Okay.
And put them in my pocket.
All right. Souvenirs. All right. So you guys get up, have your breakfast, and begin your trek north. Everyone gonna go ahead and make a perception checks for me as you guys are continuing on.
15, 18, 15. Wow. Pretty good day there.
And so I'm in the head wagon.
Yes.
And which wagon is Rowan in?
Rowan would be in the
last
back.
one.
Okay. Because I'm going to take those 2 rocks and throw them at him.
As you're just driving?
Yes.
As you're... Okay. All right. Go ahead and make your attack rolls again, just with your dexterity mod. Roll the 1. Man, you are doing really good at making sure that he can hit you. That's good.
I'm gonna make him type it in from now on.
All right. So yeah. Well, let's see. At the distance you're at, technically be outside of a range of that one, so it would be a disadvantage too. So make a third roll. Okay. 19 still hits you, right? All right. This one, since you're at distance, I mean, it hits you. It doesn't damage you necessarily this time. Just kind of, it hurts, but it's not at the close proximity that the other one was.
I'm like, Kurt, was that you? Did you just hit me?
No?
Oh. Okay.
And then I want to wait a little while before I throw the second one.
Okay. Go ahead and make the next attack. All right, at disadvantage. 14 for you, Rowan?
It meets it.
Meets it? Okay. So, yeah, you get hit again by another rock. It's off in that direction. So,
Louts.
but no damage again, but it stings. I mean, you might have a little bruise there, probably.
And I'm just going to sit up front and start chuckling.
All right.
Oh.
So you guys are passing. You guys are continuing north. You guys make your little break for lunch, and the road takes a slight bend to the east in the afternoon, and you're passing through a more lightly wooded area. Lilith, up ahead, you do notice that there are a couple of rocks, but there's some. Oh, sorry. Did it freeze again?
No, I didn't put the rocks there this time.
Okay. Lilith, you notice that in this more lightly wooded area, there's a couple of rocks up ahead. And the past couple of days have been pretty peaceful. And then you notice some movement behind a couple of the trees as you're passing by. A couple of heads kind of peeking out and around, looking at you guys as you're just kind of watching the wagons as they approach.
I'm going to stop the driver.
Okay.
Just to slow down to a stop. And just act like we're going to go and check the wagons. And I'm going to tell everyone, get ready.
For what?
Actually, I'm just going to do this to Kerr.
wait over there, punch the rock.
You almost had it. There's guys up behind the rocks. I believe we're about to try to be ambushed.
You want me to find out?
Sure.
All right. I'll hop out of the cart. And I'll head out into, like, we're next to a field a bit.
Here. Is everyone able to see?
Almost.
Still loading. How tall is the grass near where we're at while it's loading?
I mean, this is an overgrown area. I mean, it's just natural woods, so a lot of the grass would probably be maybe, well, not on it for you. It'd probably be like just over your ankle, maybe
Okay.
low calf for everybody else. It would probably be closer to mid calf, maybe knee.
Okay.
Lilith, definitely right around your knees, maybe a little higher.
I will head behind this tree, and I will wild shape into a dog. And I'll just trot my way through the trees here up to the rocks.
Okay. Let me... So, Rith, as the wagons are coming to a stop as well, I mean, you managed to see all the people as...
I'll unhook my hammer and look at Kovacs and say, people ahead by rock?
Okay,
Hey,
so
that was very well put.
are you guys able to see those? Are they visible, or...
I do not see anything now.
Mm-mm.
There's nobody there if you have people on there.
Okay, so if you guys are able to see my cursor here, for... Yeah, so you see that one there?
Yeah, I
Okay.
see that one now.
Okay.
I was looking by the rocks when I said I didn't see anyone.
There's only... So as you're approaching, there are... Lilith and Rith, what you guys see, there's one person that's back by the rocks, and then there are three others that are hidden by the trees. One that's a little bit kind of south of the rock, the far tree over here, just kind of hanging out back here, keeping an eye on the road as it's going that way. And then there are two other ones, one that fairly close to the road, kind of by the where you guys are going to pass by, and then another a little further back. Still, they were all doing a pretty decent job of hiding. The one that was actually doing the worst was the one that was back here by the rock. So, Kovac and Kerr, you guys didn't see any of them as you guys were passing through. Since they're kind of pointing out that they're there again, you guys can go ahead and make a secondary perception check if you'd like. Okay. Kovac, no idea. There's obviously nothing there. Kerr, as you stand up in the wagon to kind of hop down and around, you get a much better vantage point, being, about 15 feet. Your head's about 15 feet off the ground now, since you're in the back of a wagon and about 8 feet tall. So, oh yeah, you see him out there now. You can kind of see him through the branches of the trees. They seem to be doing a pretty decent job of hiding. You can see why you didn't pick them out right away. But you see all 7 individuals that are out there. A couple of them have bows that are knocked with arrows. The 2 that are kind of in the back here, they're more, as you look at them, Lilith, you'll notice this as well. Their eyes are more trained on the drivers, or at least the people in the front of the wagon, than they are you guys. The rest of the other 5 seem to have some sort of weapons. This guy right here that you noticed previously, who was doing a pretty decent job of hiding as well, has a dagger in one hand, kind of like this, and kind of like leaning around the side of the tree with a hand crossbow that's ready to fire as well. So those are what you see. So Kerr, you're going over towards, if you want to move yourself to wherever you're going to go for it.
Yeah, I was going to drop down to behind this tree.
Okay.
And then wild shape into a mastiff. So trying to use the tree as a hiding spot so that it's just a dog that just kind of wanders out from behind it.
Okay. So get to the tree, and as you're making, as you get behind there, go ahead and make a stealth check. Okay. So you move behind there, shape into a dog, and start moving out the other side.
Yep.
Okay. So go ahead and hold right there. So as you walk out the other side, you hear the one guy up front basically says, he yells out in common, "They know we're here. Attack!" And we'll roll initiative.
I'm the same as a dog, so bam.
Should Lilith's character be moved back towards the back wagon?
She was
No, she got off and was heading back.
Was she? Did you get off? I thought you just told the drivers to stop.
I did, and then I started back towards the back wagons to let everyone else know.
Okay, so Lilith. Oh, damn it!
That last roll is for Lilith's initiative. I can't find it on the.
Oh, okay.
Like I don't have the buttons for her macros.
No, that's fine. All right, so she would be back here.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, so let's see. Initiative Rith, 18, runners, 14, 23. Okay. Alright, so Lilith at the top will be, and then Rith is third. Rowan had a 4. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so there we go. All right, Lilith, you are up.
I am going to move towards the back of the front wagon.
How far can you move?
25. So about right there, and I'm gonna take a shot at the guy to the right, the closest guy to the wagon there.
Okay. The wagon's the wagon would be obscuring you from right there because it's almost eye level with you. So if you move
like here,
so about right there.
Yeah. I mean, you have decent. He's got about half cover, or actually 3/4 cover, because he's behind the tree trunk. But you can still see him.
Okay, I'm gonna take a shot at him.
All right. Yeah, that will hit. So that's 5 damage to him. All right. Anything else with your bonus action?
I'm gonna dash 2 spaces to the left.
Here?
Yes. Kind of behind the horses.
Going in behind the horses, you said?
Yeah.
In between the wagons and the horses? Okay.
And hope not to get run over.
All right. It's Lilith's turn. Next is this guy here. It's out from behind. He'll go there. And he will take a single shot at Gwen. Just out of range of his particular bow. So he takes a shot, and it sails a little bit. It lands a little bit short, almost in front of the horse. Spooks it a little bit. Gwen keeps it in control. So it's staying put. He kind of ducks back behind this tree over here. Not a very big trunk, so he's mostly visible, but you can still see him. That is his go. Rith.
Yeah, you said on this path there's some individuals on the left-hand side.
There is an individual here, here, and here.
All right, I'll hop down. It's 5.
Go ahead and make an athletics check as you're going over, just to make sure you
Okay.
don't stumble or anything like that. But yeah, you're fine.
Okay. So then I'll
You
move
managed to
25
keep your movement.
there, and then I'll move my other 30 there.
Okay. So what you see is this guy over here is like a human looking guy. She's a human looking. It's a human looking woman. You do see a red skinned tiefling off in the back. And further off down the path, you had seen like a half orc and another couple humans in the back there. And the other guy that was behind the rocks had longer, pointier ears, so you'd assume he's probably elf.
Okay.
More than likely. So. Oh. It's just hell. Step out. He will take a shot at Gwen. Hit. Oof. So he steps out from behind the tree, fires a bolt that goes right into Gwen, and you see it like hit her in the lower neck part. And she instantly just kind of like holds it for a second. You see blood kind of seeping out from around her hands. She just kind of limps to the side a little bit. Darko is immediately his gaze just kind of looks over to the side. So he does that, and he will take the rest of his movement and kind of dash back this way. Boom. Okay. So, yep. All right, so he moves back there. That is his go. So, Kerr, you're up.
Okay. I will use the dog speed to get I'll double move so I can get there.
All right.
And then I'll drop it since it's not very good combatively.
Sure.
And I'll use my bonus action to summon the hawk. And I'll pop it right there.
Okay. Is that just a that's basically the perception, is that right? Is that advantage?
That is advantage on attacks and perception checks.
So point out to me again where you were putting it.
Right there.
There. Okay. There we go. Can you see that there as well?
Yeah, I can.
No.
Should be right here behind the wagon.
Oh, yes.
Okay, so I just named it Totem. You do have ownership of it as well, so if you wish to move it at all, you're able to do that.
Okie doke.
Otherwise, I can move it too. So just let me know.
I was zoomed way out, so the map was full
really,
view. So
really big, yeah. All right. So that was your bonus action there. Okay. All right. So that was Kirk Kovac.
All right. I will go ahead and follow to the left side, jump down.
Go and make your athletics check. Just you're okay. Yeah, you're fine.
All right.
Kind of mantle over and keep your speed.
Yep. So that's 30. Yeah, we'll go there.
Charges. Charges forward to there. Let's see. He'll move there, and he'll take one shot at you, Rith, since you're kind of running at him with this light crossbow that he pulls out. 21 to hit.
Yep.
It's 9 points of piercing damage as he fires a crossbow bolt into you. So. Right? And we'll move over this way. He's going to take one shot towards you, Kovac. Natural 1, so that'll miss.
All right.
Kind of loses you behind the tree there a little bit, and it just pegs right into the tree that's about 30 feet in front of you.
Which one was it that shot?
This guy back here.
Okay. Gotcha.
I don't know if you guys can see the names on them too, if you hover over them. Okay. So it's Rom. And then next up. Her. She'll take a single shot at Kovac too. 17.
Just barely.
Okay. So that's 7 points of damage as a bolt. About the size of the ones that you use. Knocks into you. And that's where she stops. Darko tries to make a medicine check on Gwen, see if he can stabilize her at least. Nope. She makes a saving throw. Okay. Brayton is making sure that the horses stay put. So Luther next to him here in the second wagon has a light crossbow that he pulls out, and fires at the one that came out of the tree and shot you therewith. And he has advantage on that attack roll. Nice. So he does. His bolt slams into women. And Malmac, the dwarf that was back there with you, Rowan. Looks at the little the gnome that's there next to him and says, "Hold the horses steady. I'm gonna go get me an orc," and hops down and just charges forward. Oh yeah, his athletics check is fine. So he just pulls this axe off of his back, and just runs forward. The gnome there is kind of holding the horses in place, trying to keep the team steady. And then we come back to her. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Yep. She'll move there and then kind of that way. And Rowan.
So he saw how cool everyone looked when they jumped out of the wagon.
Uh-huh.
And he's gonna try it too.
Go
Move
for
up
it.
This way.
Athletics or acrobatics, whichever one you want to use.
He's gonna be cooler and do acrobatics.
All right.
Oh God! He's not cooler.
He's not cooler. So his foot gets caught. Go ahead and make a dex save.
Oh no!
Foot gets caught, and he just face plants like right into
This went way cooler in
the
his
soft.
mind.
As Lilith chuckles, hearing a thump.
So he's prone.
Which
And
is
that he does.
It's half movement, right, to get up.
It's half movement to get up, so that he wouldn't really have any movement left after that. He could stand up, but
And then well, I'll cast Blade Ward on myself just because.
okay. All right. Back to the top with Lilith.
I'm gonna move.
Is Blade Ward an action or bonus action? Sorry.
Action. Can I not do that?
Okay.
Or
No,
can I
no,
do
you
that?
can. That's
Okay,
fine.
okay,
Yeah,
okay,
that's fine.
yeah.
I just wanted to make sure you didn't have your action left.
Sure.
So, all right. Sorry, Lilith. Go ahead.
I'm gonna move straight back to the front wagon behind the wheel.
Okay.
This way or
Down one square.
there?
Right there.
Okay.
And
Make an
I'll-
acrobatics check since you're kind of moving through all the harnessing and whatnot or the barding that's there with the horses. Okay. I'll say, I mean, given your height, you do fine. You almost get caught up once, but
I'm gonna take a shot at Talk Rack.
okay.
With advantage.
You are within range of the. Okay. So that is sneak attack as well, since you have advantage on it. Nice. Okay. So you put one right into his lung, And as he's charging forward, kind of roaring, you hear him go, roar, and just kind of stumble for a moment before continuing forward. Looks pretty hurt off of that shot there. You got a nice soft spot. So,
And I'll
anything else with your bonus?
No. I'm gonna just say to the dwarf next to me, take him out.
He just kind of grins at you. All right. Fall's gonna step out here. Move forward. See, Lilith, you took a shot at the half orc, so he's going to take a shot at you. You do have half cover, so it's a +2 to your armor class. Doesn't really matter because you rolled a natural 1.
I like this.
Yeah, that's really good, isn't it? So, all right. That was... Yep. That's his go. He'll lost 5 feet of his movement to get down there. Help too much. Rith. Right? I can't hear. Oh, you muted yourself.
Sorry. I will move to there, rage while I am doing it,
Yes, sir.
and I will swing.
Okay. Doing reckless or just regular?
Just regular on this one.
All right, go ahead. 21 hits. 12 damage. Okay. What did he have on him? A crossbow bolt? Yeah. So he got shot with one of the crossbow bolts. You get a fantastic idea. Like, it's hammer and nail. I mean, that just kind of makes sense. So you kind of see it sticking out from his chest a little bit, and you're like, let's just drive the point home. And just, you smashed into it. And, I mean, the crossbow bolt goes into him, and then out the back as his chest cavity just kind of caves in. He's moving forward. You meet him as he's trying to kind of slow down, and he shoots you first, and then he gets shot. You drive the point into him, and he just collapses to the ground in a heap.
Cool. All right, I will.
A little spray of blood on you. It's kind of nice.
Finish my movement with a 5-foot step there. Then.
All right. Here. Cool. Let's see. This is Hell's turn. I'll take a shot towards Lilith. It's out of range, so it's disadvantage. I rolled dual 4s. That's good.
At least you're consistent.
Yeah. Yeah, it's real great, isn't it? Yeah, no, that's it for him. He takes... Alright, he's gonna use... There. Alright. Kerr.
Is Gwen dead or dying?
She looks... I mean, she's dying.
Dying?
Yeah, yeah. She's still got blood kind of coming out of her.
All right. I will cast Healing Word because she's in range.
Okay.
Give her 6 hit points.
Cool.
And then, let's see. I will move to there.
All right. Kovac.
All right. Okay.
All right. So Tok'rak moves up into melee. No. That's an 8.
Yeah, no.
Okay. He swings at you, but that arrow that he's got in his lung is, there's just no strength behind the shot, and you just knock it to the side with your club. It's like, come on, you can do better than that. So, ooh, okay. So he Okay, so the tiefling comes up to you, Kovac, and he's wielding a longsword and a shield. And he holds the shield up as he's coming towards you, and says to you, "Gaze into your doom, feel your soul pulled out in tear." And you see there is a face on the front of the shield that, as he's walking up towards you with it, you watch as its expression changes into a voiceless scream. I want you to make a wisdom save. Or an insight check. Insight, actually.
Oh.
Well, you can use that roll plus your insight, whatever it is. 3. So yeah, you've heard of stuff that could potentially do that coming from where you're at. I mean, there are magic items that can do that. So you're a little bit shaken as he takes the 2 swings at you. So you're not necessarily frightened. I mean, you kind of are until the end of his turn. So he gets advantage on his attack roll against you.
So would you say he's shaken and not stirred?
Just not stirred, yeah. Okay. It's a 10 to hit you, though. So, so he goes to swing at you. You get your sword up in front of you, and you're like, wait a second. At the end of his turn, you're like, wait a second. I didn't really, nothing happened. And recognize that was mainly just a ruse. I mean, the shield did change its facial expression, but there was no magic necessarily behind it. And you see his eyes kind of go, oh, as you parry his blow with expert proficiency. So,
all bark and no bite. Clever.
Well, she just saw you basically cave that guy's chest in, Rith, so she's going to reload her crossbow and fire at you. 22 to hit, so this is half damage.
Mm-hmm.
So that's 2 reduced to 1. She's a bit shaken too. She's like, "Oh crap!" And goes backwards as she's trying to load another crossbow in. So, right. Gwen is up. As Darko kind of got the crossbow bolt pulled out and was trying to stem the flow of blood, just did a really bad job of it, and your healing word kind of closed it up. So she's like, and she's now spending her turn to kind of getting back into the swing of things and making sure that the horses are staying put. As Darko realizes what you did as you were passing by, and you can't see it, but kind of nods his head appreciatively and pops. Nope. Tries to go down. Okay. He makes the save, so he doesn't face plant, but he only gets up to about there. And unsheaves a rapier, basically. So he's getting ready to engage as well. Brayton is staying there. Luther's going to reload and take a shot.
Can I
nope.
see the guy under the tree? Like the guy straight. Oh, okay, I can't see. I can't see him.
Can't quite get there. I mean, he gets there, but he can't take a swing yet. Brenham is doing that. He will. Okay, never mind. I forgot that he had advantage on his attacks there. So he's going to take another shot at Tukrok. Yeah. So Luther takes a shot at Tukrok, kind of aiming. Stands up in his seat there, so he kind of has look over. He can see over the wagon, and fires kind of right next to you, Kerr, and hits Tukrok in the right side of the chest this time, and he just with a spin crumples into a heap. As Malmac is rushing forward as this happens and glances over his shoulder and curses at him for taking his fun. She will. Yeah. Oh, never mind. Curry needs you to make a dexterity save.
Dex save. Well.
Nope. You take 8 points of radiant damage as she hits you with a sacred flame.
As
she hit you,
you say
8 damage, yeah, 8 radiant. Actually, you know what? Never mind. Sorry, she can't hit you. It would be Malmac who takes it. So never mind. You didn't take damage. You were at 65 feet. So you're good.
I was slow mathing, so I'll unslow math.
Hey, there we go. All works out in a benefit. She actually fires at a Malmac, and he makes the save. So watch as this radiant light tries to come in and circle around him, and he stops his forward charge. And it does not catch him. So, Rowan.
Where was Kovac in the initiative?
After Kerr.
After Kerr, okay.
Yep. You're right before all of them, basically.
He's gonna move over here.
Okay.
I'm gonna like double move, like dash or whatever,
Okay.
to here.
Gotcha. Lilith.
All right, I'm gonna move kind of diagonal this way.
Okay.
The whole.
Yeah, whole thing. Right there.
Okay.
And I'm gonna take a shot at Pell behind the tree there.
Just out of range of the hawk totem.
Oh, jeez.
So that one, you try to take a shot at him, and it hits into basically your arrow lodges into the tree that he's kind of half behind. But all right, anything with your bonus?
Is there like a tree down there that I can hide
Yep. So like
behind
right
or get some cover?
right here is like the tree trunk, basically.
Okay, I'm gonna dash that
Actually,
way.
sorry, it's right there. Right, you're right behind
Right
it. Right
there.
there.
Right there?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
That way I can have a little bit of cover.
Sure. Fall's gonna go here, and then it'll be Rith's turn just a second here.
Yeah, I'm just measuring. Sorry.
Yeah, no problem. So the dwarf wielding the battle axe seems like the bigger threat than Kerr. So Corfell's going to take a shot at him. Ooh. Natural 20. All right. So he shoots Malmec with an arrow that Malmec is kind of charging forward. The same thing that happened to Tukrak kind of happens to him, and he's staggered for a moment. The arrow goes pretty deep into his chest. So he will take the rest of his behind the tree. And Rith.
Alright, I'm gonna move 30 feet. There.
Mm-hmm.
Think. Yep. Darn it. No. Just by a bit. Looks like I'll have to double move. So I'll move there, so I'm next to the tree trunk between us.
Okay. So it'll give you a little bit of cover. All right. All right. Oh. So he's going to move up there and take a slash at Kerr and Malmec. So first one against you, Kerr. 20 to hit.
Yep.
That's 4 points of damage. And Malmec goes 17 to hit. Still up. So he slashes at him too. And Malmac's looking pretty hurt at this point. He's got an arrow deep in his chest and then a nice gash kind of running from his shoulder down his arm. Pretty deep. So he's looking not too great. We'll use his kind of move 15 feet back. He'll disengage and move there.
My turn?
Yeah, sorry.
All right. I will tell Melmac to fall back, and I will move to right there, and then I will cast Thunderwave.
All right. And that's 20 feet or 15
It's a
feet.
15-foot cube around me, so I should only hit that person there.
Yep. Con save?
Yep, con save. DC is 14.
Nope. Fails that.
Takes 13 points of damage and is thrown 10 feet.
Is he knocked prone then?
Yes. And there's a thunderous boom.
Okay. So you throw him into the tree. Roll me a d6. Okay. So he'll take an extra 3 points from just being thrown into the tree, basically, because he can only move 5 feet before he impacts the tree trunk right there. So, let's see. Nice. And you said he is prone?
Yep.
Okay. Can kind of hurt after that. Especially the hit into the tree trunk really kind of staggered him a little bit. Kovac.
All right. Go ahead and attack this guy.
"12 just hits.
All right. Then I will go ahead and action surge. So I'll Misty step back here. And I'll say boo. And attack him again.
Oof. Before he can really react to the boo, your sword just passes just clean through the back of his chest and pokes out the front. And as you pull it back, he just kind of looks over his shoulder and his eyes kind of roll back and he slumps to the ground as you pull your blade free. Boom. Crack. Okay. There. Let's see. Ooh, no. watching a lot of her companions drop. The one that you were kind of chasing down, just runs in this direction, dropping the crossbow and the bolt that she was trying to load in, and just sprints off across the road, running away from you. And he'll come up, and Darko pulls a potion from a pouch that he has on his side, and gives it to Malmac as he's looking quite hurt. And Darko will encourage him to go back towards his wagon, as Kerr suggested. And Malmac will reluctantly agree. Back there. Luther can't see anybody, so he holds. The female that's back here kind of looks over her shoulder towards the elf, and says, this isn't going so well, boss. We should probably go back. And she goes this way as well, getting some distance. And Rowan.
Gonna dash again. To here.
Okay. All right. Anything with your
No, that's it.
bonus? No. All right. Lilith.
I'm gonna move straight towards Pell. Double move.
He is obscured entirely behind the tree right now because he's kind of on the ground there. So you...
move. And then kind of be behind the tree right there from him.
Okay.
And I'm going to use my bonus action to try to hide.
All right. Go ahead and roll a stealth check. Okay. All right. Show Horfel. We'll kind of glance over towards where Pell is. He moves here. Sees people moving in. And says, Pell, you need to get out of there. Fall back. And he will fire a single shot at you, Kerr. 22 to hit.
Yeah.
Uh, 4 points of damage. He shoots an arrow towards you and goes off in that direction. Rith.
I can't make it.
So your rage dropped too, right?
It dropped last time.
Yep. Okay. All right. So you chase after.
Yep.
All right. Hell will stand. Move 15 feet this way. And then he will dash over here and then use his bonus action to dash again. So he moves off over to there. Kerr.
I'm going to cast Entangle right there.
Okay. What's the range on that?
It's a 90 foot. So
what's
the spell range is a 20 foot square.
A 20 foot square. So it'll hit these two here.
Yeah, it should.
Okay. What's the?
It is a strength save, DC 14.
Horfel fails his. And she also fails. Okay. So they are restrained?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep, restrained by plants.
Okay. And is it at the end of their turn they can make it again?
Yes.
Okay. Very good. Anything else you want to do?
I will move the totem. It's total movement.
Okay. Are you moving at all? Are you staying put?
No, I'm staying where I'm at.
Okay. All right. Kovac.
I will move out of these trees so I can see what's going on.
Okay.
Huh.
You've been hearing them say about retreating or withdrawing. So
okay. Oh, it's a long way. I'm gonna hang out here. I'll switch to my crossbow in case I see anything. But
okay.
Hang out right here.
Putting your sword and shield away and then pulling out your crossbow. All right.
Yep.
Does that entangled area last, or is it only at
It's concentration for a minute.
Right, but does it? I mean, if anything else moves into that area,
they should make the save because it becomes difficult terrain.
Oh, okay. So they have half movement, and they have to make. Do they have to make the save as well?
No, it's just difficult for terrain for moving into it.
Okay. She continues to flee that way. Kind of screaming over her shoulder as she goes, "Leave me, you monster!" She doesn't even bother to see that the people that she's there with are tangled up in plants. She's kind of singularly focused right now, but Darko will kind of hold his position here, move back 5 feet, and just kind of hold. And so you said end of their turn they have to make the save again, right?
Yep.
Ooh, okay. So she manages to kind of break free of the plants. He is still
restrained. She is now free. Yeah. Rowan.
I'm gonna take a shot at Pell.
Go for it. You took a shot at him.
Yeah, that's all I did, though.
Yep. All right. Anything else?
I'm gonna throw a little healing word over at Kerr.
All right.
Nice. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Lilith.
I can't see him from where I'm at.
Pell is kind of behind a tree right now. You can't quite see him, but you saw the direction he was going. So, you have an idea if you move a little bit south, you'll probably be able to see him.
Yep. Right there.
Yep.
And I'm going to take a shot at him.
Go ahead.
Better than me.
Okay. Fell. Okay, so they have to use their action to make a save. Okay. So that's the only thing they can do against your entangle spell, right? Just use the act. They have to use their action to save.
Yeah, I guess.
Okay. Ooh, okay. He does make it, but it is difficult terrain, you said, right?
Yes.
So he can just move 15 feet, which means she could also move 15 just that way. All right. Rith.
Hell, around there.
Okay. All right, so you guys hear Pell. Actually, you don't. You see him make kind of a series of hand gestures, or at least Rowan, you can see it, and Lilith, you can see it. Rowan, you're not quite sure what he necessarily. I mean, the hand gestures are in relation to. Lilith, you kind of understand that it means almost like return to base as he looks to the other two that are off in the direction. And then he makes his way over here and uses his bonus action to dash up. And he's going to take 2 swipes at you with his short sword. $17 to hit. 17 does hit?
Yes.
Okay. And then a 16 on the second one?
That also hits.
Okay. So he does a total of 15 damage.
I'm down.
Okay. So you guys watch as well, let's see who can see from there. Kovac, you can see I mean Rith you can't necessarily see, but Rowan,
where was
Kerr,
I can't actually
here.
see him. So.
Oh, down here.
Oh, okay.
So you don't see what Pell does necessarily with his hands because he was behind a tree where you couldn't see him. But you do see him dart to the other side and just come in and real quick make a slash at Lilith and then just a thrust with the short sword. You watch as Lilith just kind of crumples to the ground. So Kerr and Rowan, you see this as well. So that is his go, and Kerr, it is your go.
All right, I'll say, Rowan, I'm out of spells, and then I'll head double, I guess. I'll use double movement to get right there, and that's my turn.
Okay. Kovac.
Yeah, I guess I'll move as far as I can. I don't know what just happened. Okay.
That she does move off. And he's down that way. He moves 15 and then another 30. So Rith, you're kind of like you're running right into the tree where you're at. Did you want to be one to the left?
Sure.
Okay.
Right there?
Yep. Quite get off the map itself. That's where she gets to. Rowan.
Take another shot at Pell.
Okay.
God, I'm terrible apparently. And then I'll use the healing word for Lilith.
All right. Nice.
Sweet.
You get 9 points back. Damn, Max.
It's almost full.
Squishy rogue. She's not too bad, but all right. Well, that makes it just in time for your turn. So you are prone right now, so you can stand up. I know you're not really probably going to use a whole lot of your movement, but that leaves you at 10 feet of your regular movement.
Correct. I am going to stand up, and I'm going to move one space down to stay within his 5-foot radius.
Okay.
Drop my bow.
Okay.
And draw my rapier to attack.
Go for it. Reroll the 1.
It's also flanking.
Yeah, he gets to reroll the 1 because of the... Okay,
So,
and then you are flanking, so make
15.
your advantage.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Okay. So, 15 does hit. So go ahead and roll your sneak on top of that.
Nice.
Nice.
Can't roll for myself, but I get him a 6 every time on sneak attack.
Well, that's good. I mean, at least it allows you to drop the guy. Do you have a witty retort since he stabbed you and as you run him through?
I'll just say loud.
Lout. All right. So Pell drops to the ground. Okay, so Corfell moved to there. That's his turn. Rith.
I rage.
Go for it.
I can't hit him. I double move and rage.
Okay. Oh, you just raged at him. All right. So you're just waiting for him to...
I'm hoping he tries to move away.
Yeah, no, I hear you. All right. Okay. All right. Kerr.
I just kind of look at Lilith and be like, "You okay?"
I'm doing great.
How does she look? Should I make her medicine check?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm almost full health, actually.
Yeah, go ahead and make a medicine check.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, based on what you could see, I mean, the cuts were pretty deep, but Rowan's magic just kind of flowed over, and you watched a lot of them just kind of close back up. So, the little bit of blood that's on her isn't flowing anymore.
Okay. And then I guess I'll move the totem there.
Okay.
That's it.
Kovetch.
I'll just yell out, "Are we clear?" And that's all I'll do.
So she moves further off, as does Salma. So they continue off in their direction. So they are out of range of you guys at this point. Rowan.
Is this guy still here?
He is.
I'm gonna shoot at that guy.
All right. Just misses.
That's it.
All right.
It's a short bow that could.
Yeah.
Lilith.
I'm gonna search this guy in front of me.
Okay. Go ahead and make an investigation check.
Investigation.
Okay. So you make a quick search of him. You find two gold pieces on him, 5 silver, and about 24 copper pieces. 24. You find a couple days of rations and a crowbar. And then you find you find about 10 crossbow bolts there for a hand crossbow. You do find a hand crossbow as well as a short sword. And he is wearing some leather armor that wasn't all that well maintained. So you're not really sure if you get much out of it at this point, especially with some of the cuts and piercings that it's had. It's definitely seen better days. The short sword isn't bad. It could probably use a little bit of maintenance, but I mean, it's still got a decent edge on it. And then the hand crossbow's average as well. So
I'll take all of it, but the leather armor.
okay.
And that's it for me.
Well, he can't really shoot you with his bow at this point, so Corfell's actually just going to drop his bow and take a couple of swipes at you with the short sword that he has. $23 and 20 to hit.
Yeah, both hit.
So I'll give you the reduced damage since you're raging. So it's 4 on the first hit, and then 3 on the second hit.
Okay.
Then he'll glance over his shoulder and then just kind of look at you, Rith, and say, "Come on, you beast, to the death." And that's it. He stands there. And it is your turn.
All right. Well, I guess I will swing at him.
For it. Regular?
Yeah,
All
just
right.
a regular.
Not bad.
Okay. So yeah, you smash into him, and I mean, you hear that satisfying crack of bones again. He's still standing, but he looks hurt.
And I will say, to death.
Jeez. Okay. Kerr.
I'm just gonna start heading back to the carts.
All right. Kovac.
Nobody answered him.
Going back that way. Yeah, no, I hear you. That's fine.
Nobody said anything. Don't know what's going on, so
All you heard was
Battle's
Rith go
over.
to death. That's it.
Well, who knows what that means when it comes to Rith.
You could see Rith, and there was a guy that said, "Come on, you beast, to the death," and so Rith said, "To the death." So he seems to be.
I've only got like 100-foot vision right now. I can't see it. Where is he?
He's down. He's just off the map, basically.
Oh, okay.
So,
well, if nobody else is concerned about him, I'm not concerned either. So, there's my move.
all right. So the two women that were down here move further away. For the most part, I'll just say that they're basically off the map now at this point. Rowan.
And I give Rith an inspiration die.
What do you say to him? He's going to the death.
You got it, buddy. I believe in you.
That's an extra, what, D10?
Gotta be inspiring.
D6, I think, at this point for him.
Yeah, D6.
Yeah, D6 to hit or... All right, so Lilith, I'll say, I mean, your turn at this point is basically just kind of collecting all the stuff off. I will say, you do notice the guy's like, the guy was kind of breathing shallow. Looks like he's kind of bleeding, but he's not quite dead.
I'm gonna tie him up.
Tie him up?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead and make a...
Make a what?
Sorry, make a dexterity.
Okay.
Make a dexterity check. I hate that it does that. Okay.
I'm sorry, I need to excuse myself for a little bit.
Okay.
Right,
You're just heading back to the...
Yeah, I'm just going to head back to the...
Gotcha.
Yeah.
No problem. All right, he will take 2 more swings at you. Never mind. So yeah, that was a 6 and an 8 to hit.
Yeah, no. All right. I will reckless attack him, so I gain advantage on this attack.
Yeah.
Okay, first
Might as
one.
well, right?
You know,
Poor guy.
I don't think I can get any better than that, but nope. Okay. So yeah, 18, I guess, doubled.
Just a dice is doubled, but
oh,
so
okay.
it's actually 11. That's actually just enough. Otherwise he would have been up there with 1 hit point. So you say to the death, and it is indeed to the death.
I'll smash his head in again once he's on the ground.
Okay, so at your next turn, it'll come in to go ahead and just roll at that point too, just to see what happens. Yeah, you hit. It's advantage because he's on the ground. So he's prone. That's a. I mean, it was an auto crit anyhow, so use him up. Use him up, buddy. All right.
I'll look at the girls. They're too far away.
Yeah, they're out there now. Kovacs, are you heading back to bodies? Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Go ahead. All right. Are you going back to loot?
I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll start with that guy.
All right. Go ahead and make an investigation check. Okay. So on him, you find he has 2 gold pieces on him, 10 silver, and 25 copper. He has 2 days of rations. He also has a lamp with about a flask's worth of oil in it. He does have some crossbow bolts, 6 of them.
Good deal.
And he has a longsword that, again, looks like he could use a little bit of maintenance. and the shield, which its facial expression has returned to like nothing.
All right. What kind of shield is it? Just a.
Yeah, I mean it's very similar to yours. It's a round, medium-sized shield.
Okay.
That just has a face imprinted on it. I mean, if you pick it up, I mean it's comfortable. It's very well made. Doesn't appear to be really any damage on it. So, nice shield.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess I'll go ahead and take all that.
Okay. So we're basically out of combat at this point. So what do you guys want to do while you're out of?
I'll let the guy in front of me.
I'm gonna walk up to him while he's doing it and be like, "See, I knew you could do it," and pat him on the back.
Okay. You do still have your inspiration, so go ahead and make your investigation check. Seven. Yeah. He has a sword and you see a bow on the ground.
All right.
You even find like a dozen arrows. I mean, but what kind of person uses arrows? Terrible. Can't smash people with arrows. So, and I mean he has leather armor on, but doesn't look like it's any condition for anybody else to wear at this point. So, yeah.
All right, I'll just grab the sword and
Okay.
move off.
All right. So, Rowan, you watch as he picks up the longbow, tosses it, picks up a quiver that has some arrows in it, and just tosses that to the side too, and wanders off with a sword.
I'll go. I'll go pick him up.
Okay. Are you searching the body as well, or are you just picking up
just because of what I saw him toss.
Okay. Go ahead and do an investigation check.
This probably won't be any better. Okay, I lied. It's a little bit better.
Yeah. You're not quite sure, but I mean, there was a pouch on the guy's belt. It was a little bit covered in blood right now because he got splattered, but it had 3 gold pieces in it, 20 silver, and 50 copper pieces.
Nice.
He had 2 days of rations on him, cooking utensils, and then he did have he also had a flask of oil on him. Surprisingly not broken.
Nice.
And then, yeah, a dozen arrows and a longbow.
Cool.
What kind of sword do I have on that I grab?
It's a short sword.
Just a short one, okay.
Yeah. Were you gonna loot that guy there too, Kovac? Alright, go ahead and roll investigation for him too.
Not as.
You find on this guy you do find a warhammer as well as a light crossbow and about 10 bolts So the guy in front of you, Lilith, is still unconscious.
Okay.
Breathing seems to be a little bit more stable, but
I'm gonna do a medicine check and see if I can get him to where I can talk to him at least.
okay, go ahead. All right. So you apply some like pressure to some to the wound that you inflicted on him. And yeah, I mean, it could have been mortal, but you seem to have missed vital organs. But he was bleeding quite a bit, so you managed to stop some of it with some pressure. He's not in great shape still, but you it takes a little bit of time. You manage to kind of give him a little bit of water while he's laying there, just to kind of rehydrate him a little bit. And then probably take 5-10 minutes, but he'll slowly start to stir.
Why were you after the caravan?
Gold, why else? I'm a bandit. What do you think I do?
You went for the woman first.
He's a driver. Take out the driver, the caravan can't move.
The male is the bigger threat.
He wasn't holding the reins, was he?
Where's your base?
Somewhere.
Somewhere you're not going to get back to. And I'm going to stab him.
Okay. See, he goes to chuckle as you say that, and then it's all of a sudden just replaced by. And you can.
I'm going to make sure he's dead.
Yo, sure, yeah. You just kind of push the rapier in and through, and you'll watch his kind of just blood kind of comes out of the side of his mouth, and eventually he just goes limp.
And then I'll take my rope off of him and head back towards the
Sure.
wagons.
You pull the rope off, and you're like, "Oh crap! I didn't tie this very well." All right, so you head back to the wagon with your loot from him. All right. Darko's back at the wagons as well. He's bandaged Gwen up a little bit more. A lot of the colors starting to return to her a little bit from the magic getting rid of the mortal wound part. So she's still injured. Just kind of pressing the bandage to the side of her neck. It's a little red, but it's more of a minor cut now as opposed to a mortal wound. So she appears to be okay. Malmac is doing better as well. So Darko will look towards you guys. Is everyone okay?
We're doing great. How are your people?
Better. He'll look back towards you, Kerr. He'll say, thank you for helping Gwen.
What I'm here for.
So, I don't know that I would have been able to save her. And she'll kind of just wince at me. Yeah, thank you so much. I never saw it coming. Oh, that hurt. And say, I'm okay to drive. And Dark will be like, no, you go into the back and lay down for a bit and take some rest. Say, I've got the reins right now.
I'll help her get comfortable in the back of the wagon, and then I'll go in the front.
Okay. So you managed to
Darko drive so I can keep watch.
Sure. So you managed to kind of like lay out like a bedroll for her and kind of get her secure so that way as the wagon is kind of bumping, it doesn't jostle her too much. And he'll look over at you and say, well, we could probably get maybe an hour or two more down the road before nightfall comes.
That would probably be a good idea.
I thought I saw a couple get away.
That's why it would probably be a good idea.
Yeah. All right. So we'll probably want to be a little bit more vigilant tonight. Just make sure they don't come back.
Agreed.
I'd like to wake up tomorrow.
I almost didn't wake up today.
Well, glad you're all okay. Friends seem to be. He'll get the horses. He'll get the wagon started. And they'll start moving on and say, "I'm glad your friends possess such powerful magics."
That's why they're. That's why they're my troop.
Well, you pick some fine people to be with you. I wish I could have been more help during that particular encounter. I wanted to make sure my people were okay, though.
You did what you should.
Well, I appreciate that.
We were needed for.
Indeed. I will consider this money well spent when we get to Eveningstar. I'll make sure that you guys have your bonus and a little extra.
That sounds great.
Wagons will continue on for about an hour, 2 hours or so. You guys get about 2 more hours of travel behind you. Probably another 8 to 10 miles on the road. Make some perception. You guys can make a 1 person per wagon. Make a perception check at advantage. Do you want to make yours? Who wants? Kovac or Rith? Which one of you wants to make a perception check for yours?
Go ahead, Rith, if you want.
Lilith, you'll have yours at advantage too. Okay. Kerr or Rowan?
Do you want to do it?
Up to you.
Or do you? Or
you do it.
me do it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. You guys keep an eye out on the road. Lilith, since you're kind of helping drive, you're more focused towards the front. Rith, you have an opportunity to kind of look around, and having seen the individuals and kind of gotten up close to one of them, you're pretty familiar with what they look like. You don't see anything during the 2 hours that you're traveling. And Kerr, you're keeping an eye out too. You don't really seem to notice anything following you or anything trying to catch up to you. So perhaps they, had further to go, or just the fact that you managed to kill 5 of their group, scared them off, more than likely. But you don't notice anything, and the wagon comes to a stop for the night. And you guys break for dinner.
I want to do a song of rest.
Go for it.
Okay, so oh boy, that's helpful. And then performance, right?
Yes.
Doing so good.
Is that a +2?
I gotta find my page. Yeah.
Okay.
So
3.
y'all get 3 hit points back.
Hey, I'm at max hit points.
Me too.
Yay, that helps a bit.
I'm glad I could help.
Okay. So you guys get to your evening. And you guys will level up.
Oh,
Woo!
we did it!
Cool.
So we'll go to 3. Which means the rest of you get your archetypes.
It's about time.
Yeah!
Druids and wizards, man. 2nd levels, great for you. As well as paladins and clerics too, right? Or at least clerics.
Oh.
Reroll 1.
Do you reroll ones?
Yep. Much better.
Better.
There we go.
What's
Oh,
yours?
Rith, before I forget, I'm gonna at our meal. I'm gonna toss you that warhammer.
Oh, cool. Okay. He'll
I'm the
look
guy
at
you
you.
killed.
Hit dice.
Mhm.
8.
Thanks.
Sure.
Trophy.
Hey.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Nice.
Oh.
Max.
I'll take that.
Yes, you will.
Ah.
Aw.
I'm right there with you.
The 2 buddies, man.
I didn't want him
Mirroring
to
each
feel
other the
bad,
whole
you
way.
know?
Yeah, no, I hear you. And
Hey, I
then
got level 2 spells now.
Kovac will have to discuss your archetype.
Yeah, I think I'll get around to it later.
Yeah. Everybody else, your path is zealot, right? For Rith.
Yeah, I just need to choose necrotic or radiant for
Okay.
extra damage. So I
Right.
have to think on that one.
Okay. I would say just go with whichever side of the dragonkin he affiliates.
Yeah, I know.
with
That's I
more.
gotta think on that one.
Yeah.
That's why I was thinking, oh, which one head do I prefer?
Yeah.
So
And then you going College of Lore for Rowan?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then Lilith was Arcane Trickster.
Yes.
Awesome. And level 2 spells for Kerr and Rowan.
Yeah.
We made it. I don't even know what I get at level 2. I haven't even looked.
Oh, for spells?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
I'll have to look it over.
you get some Phantasmal Force, Whole Person, Invisibility, Enthrall, Crown of Madness. Ooh.
Guys,
Shatter.
I don't think these bandits were very good. Their gear was bad. They had very little gold, and they were in it for the gold. They died easily.
Going with the Radiant?
I just typed it in. I'm not sure yet.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I was setting the macro, so
Gotcha.
figured I'd go there first and then
Yep.
continue on. Oh, I get to rage 3 times now. Nothing else on mine. That was simple enough.
It's kind of nice being a barbarian sometimes.
Yeah.
Being in the fighter classes.
I think I'll do necrotic. He tends towards that right now.
Sure. Ooh. More sneak attack for Lilith, too, huh?
Yes.
Kinds of good. All right. So I think we'll end our session there since everybody's gotten their hit points all figured out. And we'll pick up in the evening, and you guys can discuss your bandit encounter if you like. And until next time, we'll see you later, everybody. Have a good night.
Bye.